Next up, we got our tracers coming out for our hot laps. Number 7 car out there right now, Kylie Fenter. She's going to be joined now in just 1 minute by the 77 car. That is Riley Kelsey. And this is our tracer division run by kids generally 16 and under. Just getting their wheels under them for the first time.
And of course, if you joined us last week, the 77 of Riley Kelsey was the only one in this class. But now this week, we have the 7 of Kylie Fenter, and the two of them get to play in the dirt together this week. Once again, folks, these guys are just running hot laps. A lot of water was put down on this track, and so we're giving these drivers a chance to feel it out.
Another pure stock on the track. This is our last one for the night. It's the 87 of Mike Michelson.
Mike has a nickname for that car out there. He calls it Billy. And Billy looking very fast indeed. Coming onto the track now are our street stocks. We have the 35 of Lannett Phillips, the 9 of Brad Corpella, 13K of Terry King, the 4 of Frank Elwes, and the 53L of Bernie Lujan.
Yellow flag out. We got a little bit of debris in turns 3 and 4. Looks like some sort of trash bag or something.
Of course, our track officials are getting on that right away. This should take but a moment to clear up. Not entirely sure where that might have came from. Nevertheless, the green flag is back out and we are back to the hot laps.
Up right now, we got 4 cylinders on track for hot laps. In the O car, Bad Bob Berg. 41 is Austin Bodwin. The 4X, Dan Bodwin. 3, Sandy Simmet. And the 78 ST is Brian Clute. And white flag, last lap for this hot lap session. More 4 cylinders on track. 7 car, Asher Fox. 10P, Ryan Potter. The 02, Tiffany Berg. The 3C, Daryl Coles. Rolling in the track real quick, making sure all those lumps, bumps, and bruises are packed in. We don't want a ruddy track. We'll get the hot laps rolling again in just a minute. Thank you for your patience.
Of course, thank you for coming out to River City Speedway on this glorious Saturday afternoon. It's absolutely beautiful out there. Going to be a great night of racing. Thanks for coming out.
All right, we're getting our hot laps rolling on the track right now. The 7, David Weaver. The 35, Eddie Florence. 81 of Ray Ellis. The number 9 car, Brad Corpella. And checkered flag is out. This hot lap session is over. All right, we're going to get our next session out. And that's going to be the number 90, Stephen Capter. The 09, Rick Byer. The 2 of Martin Reed. And the 4 of Frank Elwes. So we're going to delay them a sec. There might be sun on top of turn number 1.
Yes, there appears to be a little bit of debris in turn number 1, but they got it.
And yellow out. We got, looks like a drive shaft in turn one. Probably off the four's pulling in. Seems to happen in that car a lot. I've seen it happen a few times. Give a quick thank to some of our sponsors, including DFI Performance, Napa's Sunset Auto Parts, Columbia Northwest Heating and AC, Hercules Towing, Simply Pictures by Jennifer Wolf, Family Fun RV, Dahlgren's Do It Best Building Supply, Grumpy's Towing, Scappoose Muffler, Hudson's Garbage Services, Economy Auto Parts, Dr. Auto, Reed's Automotive, Makana Trucking and Excavation, Trenholm Cattle Company, Western Heating, SAS at Home, and Northwest Plumbing Services. Looks like we had a little bit of fluid on the track, possibly left behind from the number 4 car. They're putting a little bit of speedy dry down on it, which is a fancy word for like cat litter. Usually cat litter and or sawdust. Just to dry up a little bit of the moisture. Get it evaporated and make it so we do not have to worry about any cars slipping or anything. Again, safety is number 1 here at River City Speedway. That's both driver and spectator safety. Speaking of spectator safety, make sure please stay away from the fence. Fence is there for your safety. Please make sure to stay back. Grandstand seating is usually better anyway.
And of course, you know, it should seem obvious to not climb on the safety barrier fence, but some people just don't get that memo, so now we have to say this every time. But yes, please stay off of the fences.
And we got a great safety crew here, making sure we're all set, safe and dry, and we are back underway.
Of course, these are your sportsman hot laps.
By the way, we have some brand new shirts available. You can see them parading down the front, safety yellow. Make sure to go right down to our booth, our merchandise booth right by the candy shack across from the concession stand. Pick up one of these brand new shirts. We have hoodies as well. All sorts of stuff, including ear protection, which, again, highly recommend. Even though not all the cars are loud, hearing damage is no joke. Meanwhile, we have our tuners on track right now, set for hot laps. Number 12 is Dan McDonald, 24, Jason Scheibel, 4X, Austin Bodwin, in the 18, Jacob Hilsinger. Looks like got something at the bottom of turn 3. Something sitting on the track.
Indeed, looks like more debris in turn number 3. Not entirely sure what that could be. Difficult to tell from up here in the booth. Nevertheless, the track officials are on top of it. They're going to clear up the litter.
Looks almost like a muffler or something like that. This is one of the few classes that actually will run mufflers.
Last time out, we did have a car lose its muffler, so I wouldn't be surprised if it happened again this weekend.
Okay.
It is indeed a muffler, folks. Joining the track now is the 51C of Chico Brainster, the O car of Ryan Potter, the 77 of Casey Lee, joining, of course, the 24, the 4, and the 10. The green flag is out, and we are back to our hot laps for the tuners. Of course, if you're watching us live on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch, thank you for tuning in. We appreciate you having us. Excuse me, we appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for joining us.
And white flag out, last lap for these hot laps. All right, next up, modified hot laps. Number 81 is Ray Ellis. The 21, Jake Carpenter. The 90 car, Stephen Capter. The black 7 car, Austin Bodwin. The white one, Austin Fox. 7 is Sean Fox. 18X is Mike Graham.
are the big boys, folks. They make a lot of noise, and they are a lot of fun to watch, even if it's just hot laps. Green flag is out, folks.
And Mike Graham around turn 4. We're gonna get him back going.
And of course, folks, we're starting to see these ruts developing in the turns. Those are definitely going to play a big factor in tonight's competitions. Nevertheless, the modifieds are able to tackle this course nicely as they wrap up their hot laps. The white flag is out, followed by the checkered. And the 21 with a little bit of contact, colliding with one of those tires.
So track is
Once again, another car, caught off by the ruts developing in the turns. I was only just talking about how they would play a factor, and they bit 21 just then.
Yeah, one of the possible downfalls when you get a grippy track is with the cars that'll get sideways, sometimes they'll throw up some of that clay, turn them into ruts. Oh, my old car used to be really good on a rutty track.
As previously mentioned, those modifieds put on a show, even if it's just hot laps. It'll be super exciting to see what they do later on tonight.
And we're head on to our racing now. Going to our heat races. As soon as we get our last pure stock staged up and ready to go.
Indeed, folks, thank you for being patient with us as we got through those hot laps. As my co-commentator Thunder just said, pure stocks are going to be up first. Your pure stocks lineup will be the 57 of Tom Zawicki, the 35 of Lannet Phillips, the 61 of Red Smith, the 2 of Clint Petty, the 44 of Brad Hamer, and of course the 87 of Mike Michelson. Thank all of you guys for coming out to River City Speedway this Saturday afternoon. Beautiful Saturday afternoon. Going to see some great racing tonight. Thank you for joining us.
See right down there, just a little to the left of the flag stand, some of our new merch being shown off. See,
Absolutely. We don't have a runway or a red carpet, but we do have a front straight.
It's a bright safety yellow or safety green, depending on who you ask. We got t-shirts, we got hoodies. We'll have our regular supply of hats and ear protection. Both of us up in the booth, even though we're up in the booth, we're still wearing ear protection. Because again, hearing loss is not a joke. As someone with just a little bit of it, asking people what over and over is not fun. Ringing in your ear isn't fun. So please protect your ears.
Looks like our watering truck wanted to get in on the action of the hot laps.
Yeah, that's our CCRA president, Mr. Darren Rye.
And he is carrying some considerable speed as he enters turn number 2. That's got to be at least 15 miles an hour.
I want one of those cop speed raider guns. And again, you can see on parade brand new merchandise. Make sure to pick some up from our merchandise booth right beside the Candy Shack across from the front gate that you entered.
And of course that new merch looks good. Definitely make you look good.
Yeah, I need all the help I can get, so I might get one of those myself.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Once again, folks, thanks for joining us here at River City Speedway.
If you have friends and family that were not able to make it, point them to our live stream. We're live on our Facebook page. Look up River City Speedway. And on YouTube and Twitch, look up Thunder LCR. We'll come up. We're also on social media. Check out our Facebook and TikTok. Look up River City Speedway. We should be the first to come up. If you don't like social media but you're willing to internet, look up river-city-speedway.com. Between those places, that's the best way to see what's going on, what we're doing, who's racing, and right now we are on to Pure Stock Heat Race.
Your Pure Stocks are entering the track. Once again, the lineup is the 57 of Tom Zawicki, the 35 of Lannet Phillips, the 61 of Red Smith, the 44 of Brad Hamer, and the 44 of Brad Hamer.
Yeah, 2 and 87, both unable to make the race. But we are lights out, good to go. Out of turn number 4, you'll see our flagger, Wild Mike Watson, wave that green flag, and we will be racing for first time here at River City Speedway. First time tonight. And green flag is in the air, and we are racing.
The 35 of Lannet Phillips taking an early lead as they come out of turn 4 and head down the front straight. The 44 and 61 fighting for third place. 44 just unfortunately goes a little too deep into turn number 2, and that cost them. 61 grabs third place.
35, last year's Pure Stock champion, showing how she's champion. Zawicki was the year prior, but it looks like Lannet Phillips, all her setup work has come into play. Meanwhile, 44, you can see him having a little bit of trouble, just a bit. He's still pretty new to this class, new to racing. But each week he's getting better and better.
Turning our attention to the front of the pack, the 57 of Tom Zawicki and the 35 of Lannet Phillips are at war for first place, that coveted first place spot.
We are just over halfway through our 8-lap heat race. 2 more laps left to go for Lynette Phillips. Will she be able to hold on? We'll see. Just 3/4 miles till we know.
White flag is out, folks, and that 35 is doing a great job of fending off the 57.
And last set of turns out of turn number 3. Turn number 4, checkered flag is out. Your heat race winner, the number 35, Lynette Phillips. Second by 57, Thomas Wicki, 61, Red Smith, and 44, Brad Hamer.
Great display of racing from these 4 competitors to get us started here tonight. The 35 of Lynette Phillips clearly showing no mercy. Took the early lead as soon as the green flag dropped and held it right up to the checkered.
With her and her spouse, Brad Corpel, you'll see him in a little bit. They tear down these cars every week right after race day. Check the setups, get them all bolted back up, fresh as a new car, get those setups dialed in. Man puts as much math and engineering, physics as he does, almost a rocket scientist would.
Entering the track now are our tracers, the pair of tracers, as we've only got 2 of them this weekend. The 77 of Riley Kelsey, who was out here last time, did a great job. And this week, they're being joined by Kylie Fenter in that number 7. These 2 are youngsters indeed. The tracers are generally driven by those under 16, so these are just kids looking to get their feet wet in dirt track racing. And this is a great way for them to do it.
All right, we're running our tracers similar to a hot lap style, with only being 2, and with very little experience between the both of them. Both of them their first times out, or first season out. Again, 2 youngsters. Neither of them doing too badly for their inexperience, or at least inexperience in the 4-cylinder cars. You'll see later on in our tuner class, Casey Lee, a Tracer graduate, was back-to-back champion.
Looks like the 77 is looking to make a move on the 7, and they will succeed in making that move. The 77 with the overtake. Brilliant driving from Riley Kelsey. And again, last time out here at River City Speedway, Riley Kelsey was the only one in our tuner class. So it's nice to see them have somebody to play in the dirt with this weekend. And they're doing a great job out there, folks, as the white flag flies.
Just 1 more lap around the track for these kids. It's weird to me that people can be born in the late 2000s, early 2010s, but...
Oh, I don't want to think about that. Anyway, the checkered is out, and it looks like it's going to be the Riley Kelsey in the 77 taking home that checkered, with Kylie Fenter finishing in second.
Next up, we have our straight stocks. One to go, sign on the track. Our current lineup, the number 9 car, Brad Corpella. The 13K, Terry King. And the 35 doing double duty, Lynette Phillips. And we're going racing out of turn number 4. And group play is in the air. We are underway.
Now this just a heat race, but even so, the number 9 takes the early lead.
And 9 Brad Corpella will usually run double duty with Sportsman as well, showing how much work they put into this car. Both 9 and 35 engineered like crazy. Crazy setups on these to be as fast as possible. It looks like possible problems for a 13K Terry King. That car used to be a pure stock, now it's straight stock, and he has problems and is pulling off the track.
So clearly something not right with that 13K car, not entirely sure what it might be. So nevertheless, we are now down to 2. That number 9 car was very competitive here at River City Speedway last time out, and it looks like nothing has changed at all as that car holds a commanding lead against the 35.
You can see why he's last year's champion in the street stocks. Meanwhile, 13K did take it right to the pits. He is done for this race. And white flag out one more time around the track for Mr. Brad Corpella. His wife about a half track behind Lynette Phillips.
Once again, a great job from these two drivers. Coming onto the track now are your 4-cylinders, the first heat of the 4-cylinders. 4 cars being featured here. We have the 41, of Austin Bodwin, followed by the number 3 of Sandy Simmet, the 3C of Daryl Coles, and last but not least, the 78S of Brian Clute. Thunder and I were talking to Brian Clute of the 78 in the pits earlier on today. He was telling us that he's only done 2 races in that car prior to this one. So he is a novice and looking to make some noise here at River City Speedway tonight. Joining the track is the number 4 of Dan Bodwin. So it's actually going to be a 5-car lineup for this heat of 4 cylinders, and the green flag is out. We are racing at River City Speedway. The number 3 takes an early lead, 41 in second. 78 goes wide with 4 fighting for 4th place.
Yeah, 41 cars running double duty tonight. Run the tuners as well as 4 cylinders. You can see him holding on second place right now.
The 3C of Darrell Coles is holding on to that lead. But the 41 of Austin Bodwin is looking to get past, trying everything he can to do so.
Looks like he's got part of his bumper. Has a little bit of damage sticking out. I wonder if that's going to affect his aero a little bit.
Not entirely sure when that might have happened, but indeed, looks like 41 might have got involved in some kind of fender bender. Nevertheless, it's not affecting the race whatsoever. Just a bit of cosmetic flair.
78 with the flat tire front right. Gonna show him the meatball flag. It says your car's broken, take it to the pits.
So problems there for the 78 of Brian Clute. Nevertheless, the race will continue. We are now down to 4, and it is a close battle indeed for first place between the 3, the 41, and the 3C.
Now we're bumper to bumper to bumper. All 3 cars very fast. Any of one of them could take the win. See all of them nearly jumbled up. Everyone trying to stay contact free. White flag is out one more time around the track. 3C and 41 might have got together a little bit. Either way, both cars stay straight and hold their position, but that's going to give 3 a little more breathing room. Whether he knows it or not, I don't know, but either way, checkered flag is out. Your race winner number 3, Sandy Simmet. Followed by the 41, Austin Bodwin, the 3C, Darrell Coles, and the 4X, Dan Bodwin.
Excellent job from these drivers. Entering the track now, heat number 2 of your 4 cylinders. Up in front, we have the 19 of San Simmet, followed by the 7 driven by Asher Fox. The 0 of Bob Berg. That would be the 10. The 10P of Ryan Potter, and of course, the 02 of Tiffany Berg. Green flag is out. We are racing at River City Speedway. Oh my, and there's a bit of contact in turn number 1. That number 7 car got caught up in the 02. Nevertheless, they recovered and the race will continue.
Yeah, great recovery from Asher Fox. Meanwhile, battle up front between 19 and the O.
The 19 and the O were door to door as they came out of turn number 1.
And it looks like 7 might have a flat right front tire as well. So that rolled right off the bead.
Indeed, the right front tire on that number 7 is flat, so he's going to take it right into the pits. We are now down to 4, just like the previous heat.
It looks like those ruts might be causing troubles for some of these drivers. Four cylinders do generally have some of the most suspension travel, but still on a rutty track it can be rough. We'll see how that changes throughout the night. Meanwhile, halfway down, Bob Berg, your leader.
Once again, that Oak car of Bob Berg holding on to the lead nicely, and at the back it is a battle between 02 and 10, and it looks like 10 is going to get the overtake. 02 might have made a mistake as they came out of turn number 2 there.
Yeah, Bob Berg, a previous champion, barely missed it out last year. Sam Simmett always a top contender here as well. Meanwhile, white flag is out. One more time around the track. And now the checkered is out. Your race winner, the Oak car, Bad Bob Berg, followed by the 19, Sam Simmett, the 10P Ryan Potter, and the 02, Tiffany Berg. Next up, Sportsman on the track. Number 9 car is Brad Corpello. The 7, David Weber. The 09, Rick Beyer. The 81, Joey Elwes. All right, lights are out. We're going to go green flag racing right out of turn number 4.
And we are racing at River City Speedway. Number 9 jumps into the early lead as they exit turn number 2.
Yeah, 7 car looking on the low side, trying to make something work down there. It looks like Brad Corpella might have found something middle high. David Weir was still trying to fight for something. Brad Corpella does have the advantage of racing double duty in that he can feel the track out a little bit more. Though a dirt track, it does change lap by lap, little by little.
Oh my, the number 7 almost losing control as it exits turn number 4. Speaking of which, it's a spin out down the front straight for the 09.
Meanwhile, we have some debris in the middle of turn number 1 and 2.
Rick Beyer of 09 was able to get that car stopped just in time before going head first into the wall. So as long as no damage was caused, he will be allowed to continue racing, and it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to restage them.
Well, so sometimes even if there's a little damage, you just got to keep it going. If nothing's broken badly enough, I've seen guys run with flat tires and not give one. And we got to grid it back up, ready to go racing at turn number 4. And there's the green flag. We are back underway.
Once again, the number 9 absolutely dominant, jumping into the lead once again.
Number 9 showing just how important the setup is on these cars. And like I said, they tear down the car every race, build it back up. every night as soon as it's over. These guys are dedicated hundreds of hours into these cars. That's him and Lynette Phillips. Two more laps left to go after we come to the flag stand. Looks like possible problems for Ellis in the 81.
White flag is out regardless. The race will finish.
He pulls it to the infield. Looks like radiators possibly overheating, dropping water. And checkered flag now in the area. Racing with the number 9 car, Brad Corpella, followed by 7 of David Weaver. 09 Rick Bauer, and an unfortunate DNF for 81 of Joey Elwes. Just dropping water like it's hot. I mean, it is, but you know. All right, we are getting our next heat race all set and staged. On the track, Sportsman heat race number 2, the number 35 car, Eddie Florence. The 90, Stephen Capture. 10P, Ryan Potter. And the number 2, Martin Reed, getting a bump on the start, or bump start. Problems for the 53L will keep him from this race. All right, that is how we're going to go racing next time by the flag stand. And green flag is in the air. We are underway. Oh, problems with the 90 car. You're going to bring it to the infield.
Indeed, not entirely sure what might be going on there, but by pulling off into the infield, the race is able to continue. So smart thinking. Oh my, the number 2 almost spinning out in the turn 4 as well.
And number 2 still fairly inexperienced in this class, doing a really good job. Number 35, though, commanding lead from Eddie Florence.
The 35 holding on to the lead nicely. Has a commanding lead over car number 2, with number 10 bringing up the rear.
10P Ryan Potter, usually a 4-cylinder driver, trying to use to all the power of this V8. And car round number 4. We're going to go yellow, make sure no one ends up colliding.
Turn number 4 giving a lot of these drivers some difficulties tonight. Going to be interesting to see how that affects the rest of the races.
Give him a little push start.
Looks like the number 10 is back in action, folks. We're going to resume this heat race momentarily after we restage them.
One goes sign on the track. We are racing next time by Florence, your leader, followed by Reed and Potter.
We are waiting for green.
And green flag in the air. We are underway again.
Once again, the 35 taking the early lead.
10P having troubles getting that car under control. Keeps it going.
Clearly some major problems going on with the number 10. Either it's mechanical or just slippery track. Judging by the fact that they are still running laps, I assume it was just struggling to get the grip down as they got out of turn number 3. Nevertheless, the white flag is out.
Last lap around the track for Eddie Florence. And checkered flag now out. Your heat race winner, number 35, Eddie Florence. Followed by 2, Devin Reed, and 10P, Ryan Potter will round out your field. All right, getting everyone set up, staged up, and ready to keep going. And before we get going, we're going to run our water truck a little bit, push this dust down, and hopefully pound these struts in a little bit. It's a great chance to get something to eat, grab something to drink, get some of our new merch. We got some great new t-shirts and hoodies. Grab some ear protection if you don't already have any.
And we'd like to take this time to thank our sponsors for tonight's competitions: DFI Performance, Sunset Napa's Sunset Auto Parts, Columbia Northwest Heating and AC, Hercules Towing, Simply Pictures by Jennifer Wolf, Family Run RV, Dahlgren's Do It Best Building Supply, Grumpy's Towing Scappoose Muffler, Hudson's Garbage Service, Economy Auto Parts, Dr. Auto, Reed's Automotive, Makana Trucking and Excavation, Trenholm Cattle Company, Western Heating, Sassett Home, and Northwest Plumbing Services. Thanks again to all our sponsors for allowing us to continue to put on these events here at River City Speedway. And thank you guys for coming out to join us here this Saturday night. Hope you're enjoying the action so far. We got plenty more coming up momentarily.
All right, meanwhile, check us out on social media if you haven't already. We're on Facebook and TikTok. Look up River City Speedway. We're the first to come up. If you don't like social media but you're willing to open your phone or computer, go to river-city-speedway.com. Between those three places, you can catch up with all things River City Speedway, see what's going on, who's racing, when we're racing. Our next race is set for next week.
Of course, if you are taking photos and videos of your own and uploading them to social media, please hashtag us at hashtag River City Speedway. We'd love to see what you guys are photographing or videoing.
We might even use it for promotional material. Anyway, our next race is going to be June 22nd. We got Northwest Dwarf Cars, Junior Dwarfs, Sportsmen, Street Stocks, Pure Stocks, Tuners, Four Cylinders, and Tracers. Again, stacked field. Going to be a great show. Next up on our tuner heat races, we got the number 12 car of Dan McDonald, number 18 Jacob Hilsinger, the 51C Chico Brinster, 24 Jason Scheibel, The O car, Ryan Potter. The 4X, Austin Bodwin. And the 77, Casey Lee.
Are racing at River City Speedway. Green flag is out, folks. And the number 12 with the early lead, 18 and 51C fighting for second.
Yeah, great battle for second between 18 and 51C. Look, pretty packed up field so far.
Oh my, it's carnage in turn number 1 as the O car loses it. Speaking of which, some smoke coming out of the back of 24. Not entirely sure what's going on there. Maybe a tactical smoke screen? Whatever it is, that car is pulling off the track.
I'm guessing something more like radiator overheating.
Oh my, the 51C literally jumps over one of those tires. That was impressive. But the caution is out nevertheless.
Yeah, he said, where we're going, we don't need roads. Checking on our lineup, making sure everyone's in their proper place. We go back to the last completed lap here at River City Speedway. Said there might be some fluid or something. Turn 3 and beyond. Guessing water from the 24 car. And built that car brand new. I think it's his first time out. And unfortunate problems as it's going to be with any new build. Definitely been there, done that. I've only blown one engine. Yeah, if you guys have friends and family that were not able to make it, make sure to point them to our live stream. We're streaming on our Facebook, River City Speedway, as well as YouTube and Twitch at Thunder LCR. It's Thunder LCR. That's me. Got a lot of fluid on the track. Again, we don't want any slippery surfaces or anything. Trying to make sure it all gets dried up. Absorbed by our speedy dry.
Is the nature with motorsport, folks. You never know what is going to happen. Certainly I didn't. I did not anticipate that car to just go up in smoke like that. But nevertheless, the track officials are on top of it.
You know, we're going to have them stop on the back stretch, give our officials some room. Make it so we don't run these cars out of gas for those who run low gas. We can make sure everyone's safe as we have officials on the track at multiple points. It's just safer to keep it red, keep everyone stopped. Because again, safety is number one here at River City Speedway. I believe we have the best safety crew, just at any speedway or motorsport event, sporting events too. I've seen what happens at football, and that doesn't happen here. All right, can we get a quick round of applause for our safety crew being on top of things?
Thanks, guys. Thank you. We appreciate it.
And we're wrapping up our heat races. I think we might have one more tuner heat race after this, followed by our mods, then we'll get 2 trophy dashes. And we're going back to yellow flag conditions. Gonna have them try to get that kitty litter all picked in.
We are going to restage them once the safety crew have cleared the track, and then we will get back underway. And thank you so much for your patience, folks. The safety crew are going to clear the track. We will restage our competitors and then get back underway. All right, folks, we will go green next time around. Brace, brace, brace.
Our current lineup, number 12 of Dan McDonald, followed by 51C, Chico Brinster. Number 18, Jacob Hilsinger. The 77 of Casey Lee, the O car, driven by Ryan Potter, and the 4X, Austin Bodwin.
And we are racing at River City Speedway. Number 12, of course, with the early lead. Looks like there might be some minor contact between the O car and the 4 car as they fought through turn number 1. Oh man, some dust getting kicked up in turn number 3. If you thought these guys were going to tone it down after the carnage you saw in the first half of this heat, you were wrong. In fact, if anything, they're going to go even harder.
You can see Berg Potter in the O car, throwing it around, trying to get back to the front. That car is used to victory lane. Potter trying to put it back there. Oh, gets a little sideways, almost ends up in 18.
Indeed, almost a collision in turn number 4. That O car determined to get past number 18. You
can see in the turn, the 77 tricycling a little bit, lifting that left rear up. Something that's almost only a 4-cylinder problem, front wheel drive. Remember an 07 car that used to do the same. Meanwhile, white flag out one more time around the track for Dan McDonald.
If that 51C is going to make a move, he's got to do it now in these last two turns. As the checkered flag waves, 12 doing everything he can to fight him off, and he will succeed.
And Dan McDonald will take the win, followed by Chico Brinster, Jacob Hilsinger, the O-Car of Ryan Potter, Austin Bodwin, and Casey Lee. And it looks like there might be a flat tire. I want to say the O-Car, but I didn't get a good enough look. Yep, definitely a flat right rear on the O-Car. Unless he's got some weird stretch tires, but I don't think they'd look like that. All right, next up, Modifieds.
Now, I'm excited for this one, folks. These are the big boys. They make a lot of noise, and they are a whole lot of fun to watch. So, if you're going to break your cameras out, this is the time to do it.
All right, on track right now are 6 Modifieds. We have the number 90, Stephen Capter, the number 7, Austin Fox. White number 7 is Sean Fox. 18X is Mike Graham. 81, Ray Elwes. The 21, Jake Carpenter. Lights are out. We're going to go racing out of turn number 4.
And the Modifieds are underway here at River City Speedway.
Oh, looks like problems for Sean Fox. Ends up in a little accordion.
A sandwich for the 81 as it got squashed between the 7 and the 21. That's the first time I've seen that on a racetrack.
And 18X coming right to the inside of the 7 car. Battle for second, gets past the 7 car. And we're almost 3 wide for third place now. That's where to watch, or where I would watch.
Last week, that number 7 car proved to be quite aggressive. Keep your eyes on them.
Meanwhile, 81 jumping into the 3rd position after getting tangled up second to last. And that 81 Ray Elwes, quite the veteran, as well as just all top 3 of our drivers. Years and years of experience, decades between them. Meanwhile, Austin trying to put his nose inside of the 81 car. Battle for third, fourth, looking hot right now. Mike Graham ends up going a little too high. That'll lead second place up for debate now. White flag in the air one more time around the track. Stephen Capter, your leader.
And the 81 spins out in turn number 2.
Either way, checkered flag is out. 90 car, your winner. That's Stephen Capter, followed by Sean Fox, side by side with Austin Fox and Mike Graham. Austin Fox and Jake Carpenter, and looks like Ray Ellis will be stuck with the DNF. A bunch of great video shots. You see Cutlass 206. Check out his YouTube. You'll see a bunch of racing video content as well as some other fun stuff. And while we're plugging, you can see it walking down the infield. 2 cameras on. That is Tom Egan. Look up Tom Egan Photo both on Facebook and Google him as well. Great photos of all the racing taken here. And while we're on to our trophy dashes, 4 cars, 4 laps, 1 trophy. One goes sign on the track. Your lineup: the 44, Brad Hamer; the 61, Rhett Smith; 58, Tom Zawicki; and the 35 of Lennart Phillips.
And we are racing at River City Speedway. Once again, your trophy dash. 4 laps, 4 cars, 1 trophy. These drivers have only got a small amount of time to claim that checkered flag, so you know they are really going to be pushing their equipment, because a whole lot of bragging rights are on the line here. That 44 opening up the lead on the 61, and it is a fight for third place between the 57 and the 35 as they enter lap number 2. White flag is out, folks. White flag is out. Again, only 4 laps for your trophy dash. That 44 holding on to the lead nicely. The 57 almost losing it coming out of turn number 3. The double checkers are out. Coming to the line first is the 44. Second place is the 61. Third, the 57. And fourth, the 35. So once again, the 44 of Brad Hamer taking the twin checkered here.
Well, your trophy dash winner was number 44, Brad Hamer. Meanwhile, we're going to roll the invert dice on the front stretch real quick. That'll determine the amount of cars inverted in our main event. And it's going to be an 8-car invert. That'll shake up for any class with 10 cars or more in the count. And we're partway through our trophy dashes now. Word is given to roll them up. Up on track, we have our tracers.
We've talked about these kids before, and they are kids indeed. Generally, these drivers are under 16 years old, and these cars are truly stock in the truest sense of the word. The green flag is out, folks. We are underway with River City Speedway. But yeah, these are some youngsters indeed looking to get their feet wet here at River City Speedway. The 77 is driven by Riley Kelsey, and then the 7 driven by Kylie Fenter.
And we're running more of hot laps, less of a race, just because of the lack of experience here. We don't want to put them right up close and end up causing damage to someone. Seen it happen before, never a fun sight when a car can't go.
despite that inexperience, these drivers clearly showed that they were not afraid to overtake one another in the earlier heats, as the 77 did exactly that.
Yeah, you can see neither one of them afraid of that skinny pedal.
White flag is out, folks. One more time around for these two.
And double checkers in the air. Give it up for both Riley Kelsey and Kylie Fenter. All right, next up is our Street Stock Trophy Dash. We got 3 cars, 4 laps on this one.
All right, your lineup, folks. At the front is the 13K of Terry King, followed by the 35 of Lynette Phillips, and last but certainly not least is the 9 of Brad Corpella. Brad Corpella proved to be one heck of a force out here on this racetrack in the previous heats. However, in this one, he's starting from the back, and see how that plays out. Green flag is out here at River City Speedway. 13K with the early lead as they exit turn number 2.
He had problems in the heat race, but looks like he's doing well in this Trophy Dash so far. Got to keep off Brad Corpella, though. Corpella with good setup, great car. Runs side by side with some of the sportsmen, and he looks to the inside of King. He's got to check up as King blocks him low.
That is what you call shutting the door on him, but it's not going to matter as number 9 is going to get the overtake anyway. 13 goes way too wide in turn number 2, but recovers nicely.
And a white flag in the air one more time around the track for Brad Corpella. Oh, King
my,
goes around.
13K spins out, exiting turn number 2.
Double check, it's in the air. Your winner, the number 9 car, Brad Corpella.
That was a full 360-degree spin from the 13K. That was actually quite impressive.
Very nice recovery from King and a great evasion from Phillips as well.
Unfortunately, you don't win races by being spectacular. And this one is going to go to the number 9 of Brad Corpella.
To be fair, you can by being spectacular. You don't only win it by being spectacular. So I'll tell you, some of these guys put on a spectacular show for their win. But that's not all it takes. It takes a lot of skill, determination, and the right setup as well. Meanwhile, 4 cylinders on track. Number 41 car, Austin Bodwin. The 19, Sam Simmet. The 3 car, Sandy Simmet. And the O car, Bad Bob Berg. And green flag is in the air. We are underway.
It's a fight for first place between the 41 and the 19. Oh my, bumper to bumper as they exit turn number 4 and head down the front straight.
They're bumper to bumper, door to door. Ooh, bumper to door. All tangling together trying to get the win.
As they say, folks, rubbin is racing, and that certainly is the case here at River City Speedway.
And a white flag is in the air. Last time around the track, will Bob Burke be able to hold on to that lead? Double checkers are in the air. Your Trophy Dash winner, the number car, Bad Bob Berg. And trophies will be presented at the end of the night as well as our main event trophies. Our next up, Sportsman Trophy Dash. Your lineup is as follows. The number 7 of David Weaver, the 2 car Martin Reed, number 9 car of Brad Corpella, and the 35 of Eddie Florence. Green flag is in the air. We are underway. Looks like Corpella almost gets loose right off the start. Keeps it going. Holds on to that second place position.
Number 7 with the early lead as they head into lap number 2. He's going to have to do everything he can to fend off Brad Corpella in the number 9, who was just a tornado on this track.
Yeah, barking at the back bumper of David Weaver. Can't quite get past Weaver. Brand new car for him this year, so still got to get a little more seat time, but man, he's wheeling it. Got the main event win our first night out.
Oh my, there's contact between the 7 and the 9, but both recovered nicely as we enter the final lap. It is a close battle between 7 and 9. This is for all the marbles. You better keep your eye on the finish as the double checkers are out. Oh my! Almost a photo finish, but it will be the number 7.
David Weaver takes your win. Next up is our Tuner Trophy Dash. That number 0 car is Ryan Potter. The number 18, Jacob Hilsinger. The 51C is Chico McFly Brinster. And the number 12 car is Dan McDonald.
Once again, folks, this is 4 laps, 4 cars, and all the bragging rights, or at least some of the bragging rights that you get to take home here tonight. Green flag is out, and we are racing at River City Speedway. Number 18 leaps into first place, but that 0 car is not going to let him off so easy. Number 0's got the inside line as they make their way out of turn number 4. A bit of bumper-to-door action between the two of them. Nevertheless, the lead now belongs to that 0 car as they are halfway through lap number 2. Once again, this is only a 4-lap race, so they haven't got far to go, but it is nevertheless intense.
Intense, the perfect wording for this. Berg now starting to get, or sorry, Potter starting to get away from McDonald now. The white flag is out. Last chance for McDonald to try and get it through. Potter, your leader.
That O car struggling for traction, but nevertheless is able to fend off 12 as they head down the front straight toward the double checker, and it will be indeed that O car.
Ryan Potter will take this trophy. All right, we'll have our last trophy dash, and then we're going to hit our intermission. Next up, not a trophy dash you want to skip. Coming up is our modifieds.
I've said this before, folks, and I will say it again. The modifieds are my favorite class. These guys make a lot of noise, and they drive hard. We've already seen them a couple times here tonight, and they caused a lot of carnage and were very fun to watch. Once again, 4 laps, 4 cars, and a whole lot of bragging rights on the line. Looks like 3 cars, though.
One to go the sign on the track. We're going to go racing next time by. Side by side on the front row, we have the white number 7 is Sean Fox, and in the black Betty number 7, Austin Fox. Ran up the back of the number 90 car, Stephen Capter.
Green flag is out, folks, and we are racing at River City Speedway.
Modifieds on track right now. It's Fox and Fox. Sean definitely more experienced. Austin, his son. Austin trying to prove to his dad that he can take the win. But we'll see. He doesn't have much time to try.
And that number 7 just opening up.
Letting her rip now halfway through.
Black Betty nevertheless trying to get past as the white flag flies.
Takes up a lot of room, but doesn't have the momentum off the turn 4. White flag out. One more time around the track for Sean Fox. And double checkers in the air. Your modified trophy dash winner, number 7 car, Sean Fox. All right, we're going to take a quick break, get our main events all staged up. Make sure, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, maybe grab a little bit of merch from us. And we're going to be back racing roughly 5-10 minutes. Go throw some water down on the track and get back going.
Indeed, tonight's tonight's halftime is shorter than it normally would be here at River City Speedway. That's only because the weather has been somewhat unpredictable today, so we want to make sure that there's plenty of time to get through all the races. So if you do have to get up, use the bathroom, get some food, please do so quickly, as we will be back racing in about 10 to 15 minutes.
All right, we are going to get going right now. Pure Stocks on the track. Your lineup. Number 35, Lynette Phillips. Outside, the number 57, Tom Zawicki. Number 61 car is Red Smith. The 44 is Brad Hamer. And the 87, Mike Michelson.
Five cars, 30 laps. This is for the big Spangly Trophy and all the bragging rights.
As they come out of turn number 4, speeds are up, green flag is out, and we are racing! And we are pack racing from position 2 and back.
That 35 took the early lead right out of the gate and is holding on to it.
She is last year's Pure Stock champion and showing everybody exactly how she got it.
The 57 fighting to get past. Meanwhile, at the rear, it's a battle for third place, and the 61 just demolished the 44 going into turn number 1. There might be some issues with the 44.
Yeah, 44 is pulling to the infield.
There are indeed some problems with that 44. Not entirely sure what it could be.
Yeah, not sure either. Looks like it might have a hard time handling it. Either way, 87 pulling off track now.
Issues with the 87 as well. That car just bailed, headed back to the pits.
Meanwhile, Lynette Phillips still holding on to the lead in the 35 car. Battle for second heating up between Red Smith and Tom Zawicki.
Once again, it's a tight battle for second place between the 61 and the 57. That 57 still trying to find a weak spot in the 35's tactic. 57 trying for the outside, unable to make it happen. Oh my, there's contact between the 57 and the 61, and something has come off of one of those two cars. It looks like a muffler.
Yeah, muffler definitely off. It looked like it was hanging earlier.
Caution is out. The track crew is going to clear the debris.
Yeah, well, they were trying to get that all secured up earlier. That's why they were sitting in the hot pit, but whatever they did might not have worked. So they're going to take it to the pit night over.
Started out as a 5-car event, has now come down to 2 in the span of only 8 laps. Remember, folks, this is a 30-lap race, and we've lost 3 of the 5 cars that we started with. An absolutely stunning turn of events here at River City Speedway.
Looks like 44 is in the hot pit. They're going to try and get him back working. By the way, something that we're introducing this week. Previously, when we had 3 cautions, we cut 5 laps. Now, we are going to try to keep them on a time limit instead. So they should have plenty of time to finish their race instead of cutting a couple minutes off because of cautions. Looks like we are going to go racing.
Once again, folks, what started off as a 5-car field, we're now down to 2. Green flag is out, and we are racing at River City Speedway.
Another lap down. The race currently is going to be Red's journey to catch Lynette Phillips. Again, Phillips, one of the setup sentinels, puts hours and hours into their car to try and get as fast of a setup, as quick of a car as they can possibly get. And that is showing off right here, right now.
And although it may not seem like it, in some ways, coming down to just 2 cars like this can actually be an advantage, because you haven't got to worry about who might be behind you. In this case, you've only got to worry about what is in front of you. Unless, of course, you're the car leading. That being said, the 61 is putting up an excellent fight against the 35, trying absolutely everything they can to get past.
Yeah, it looks like 35 just has the drive out of the corners. Looks like has all the straight line speed. 61 trying to make it up in the turns. That might be pulling away. It's tough to tell.
One of the key factors in any racing competition is consistency, and this is a brilliant demonstration of exactly that.
Flagrant Smith might have gotten a little tiny bit too sideways, and that looks like it put him back a tiny bit. Little tinies. Just 2 more laps to go. Sorry, 20, not 30. I misheard.
Lap number 18 of our 20-lap event. White flag is out, and the 35 is still your leader going into the final lap.
Just 1/4 mile left to go.
Oh my, the 61 tried to make a move on the 35, exiting turn number 2, but just couldn't get it done. Possibly looking to try it again out of turn number 4, but it's not going to happen.
Double checkers in the area. Winner the number 35, Lynette Phillips. Followed by 61, Red Smith.
So an interesting turn of events there. Most of the lineup falling victim to mechanical problems in the first half of the race. We came down to only these 2. And consistency became the name of the game. Nevertheless, both drivers did a fantastic job.
Yeah, this is our first of our main events. Starting things off with our pure stock mains. Next up is going to be Sportsman. Sorry, correction, running safety laps. Had problems earlier. Wants to run a couple shakedown laps, make sure all fixes and changes got done correctly. And that's yellow. His run is over.
Everything appears to be looking good for that 90 car, which was exactly the point of that quick shakedown, to ensure that the fixes they made to that car did indeed work and that there were no further problems. Nevertheless, entering the track now are our tuners.
Tracers.
Excuse me, tracers.
Our tracers, we have the 77 of Riley Kelsey and the 7, Kylie Fenter.
We've seen these two twice already this evening. Without, oh my, and there's already trouble in turn number 2. The 77 of Riley Kelsey spinning out, nevertheless able to recover nicely. Now, we've talked about these kids before, and they are kids, both of them under 16 years of age. And these cars, oh, very, very stock indeed, to the truest sense of the word.
Yeah, and these cars aren't crazy built. These cars aren't crazy fast. But we got to get experience somewhere, and this is the perfect place to do it. Couple stock 4Bs. And you see neither one of them afraid of that skinny pedal.
Once again, these youngsters just looking to get their feet wet here at River City Speedway, and this is a great way to do it.
See them getting faster and faster as they gain a little more confidence. Riley pushing that outside line, trying to get a good diamond. We're running 2 more laps. And white flag is out one more time around the track for our tracers. And double checkers are in the air. And both Kylie and Riley are finished up for tonight. As they make their way down the front stretch, give these guys a hand. And driving a race car, not as easy as it looks. These guys are doing a great job, you guys and girls.
Entering the track now are our pure stocks. Excuse me, street stocks. Your street stock main. We have 4 cars out on the track. First off, the number 9, Brad Corpella. The 35 of Lannet Phillips. The 13K of Terry King. And last but certainly not least, the 53L of Bernie Lujan. We've got all 4 competitors staged. They are looking for green. Green flag is out, and we are racing at River City Speedway. Brad Corpella jumps into the early lead in that number 9 car. Looking fast as ever, the mighty Torrent has been undefeated so far in his class, this class, all night long.
Yeah, number 9, last year's straight stock champion.
Meanwhile, trouble in turn number 2. The 13K spins out, and a great dodge from the 53.
And that'll bring out cautions. Too close to the racing surface for us to be comfortable with continuing. Well, you might have noticed 53's absence throughout the night. Between the hot laps and main event, they ended up changing both a clutch and transmission. These teams have it dialed in together. And one of the things I love about racing is everyone's all in together trying to get racing. No one wants people left out. So I guarantee you there's at least 2 or 3 other teams with them.
And that's no easy task, folks. You try taking your car to your local auto shop and see if they can get a transmission and a clutch changed in just a couple of hours. Not going to happen. So hugely impressive from Bernie's team.
All right, lights are out. We're going to go street stock racing with Brad Corpella, Lannet Phillips, Bernie Lujan, and Terry King. Green flag in the air. We are underway.
That 53 jumping up into second place as they make their way round turn number 4. Oh my, he goes wide though, leaving the door open for the 35. They are side by side as they make their way round turn number 2. It's a close battle for second.
That 53L car. Driver's got tons of experience here. I believe a championship under his belt with the Super Stocks.
And they are still side by side for a full lap at this point. The battle for second place is intense here at River City Speedway. Oh my, but unfortunately the 53 of Bernie just goes too wide in turn number 4, and 35 was able to capitalize.
And the gear ratio is probably a lot different now, you could say, than he's used to. So it might be holding him back a little bit. Either way, he's still not back very far.
Now this is where things get interesting, folks. The 53 has made up ground and is looking to reclaim second place on the outside, and will do exactly that. Oh my, now that was an impressive move. They are once again side by side again.
And Lujan gets past now.
So the 53 of Bernie not worried at all about not having the inside line. He just used sheer horsepower to get past the 53.
And just 9 laps down. Count them all to the number 9 car.
Exactly, the number 9 of Brad Corpella with a commanding lead over the rest of the pack, and 13K unfortunately is quite far behind.
I'd imagine Bernie's hoping for a caution or something so he can get back up there. Not easy to catch Brad Corpella, especially not in this car and when he's in his element. And street stocks, he is reigning champion right now. Luhan might be making ground now a little bit. He's got a real fast car. Great driver behind that wheel. But does he have what it takes to get back to and past Brad Corpella?
The pack is starting to spread out, and one thing I'm noticing, Thunder, the 53 of Bernie is actually starting to gain on Brad Corpella, slowly but surely.
Yeah, Bernie does have more experience at this track and in that car. But again, he does have nearly a straightaway that he has to catch up, and he doesn't have long to do it either.
Now, Bernie probably is not going to out-drag Brad on the straight, so if he is going to make up ground, it has to happen in the turns.
Two more laps left to go for Corpella. And that Phillips now about a straightaway behind Lujan. And Phillips into pure stock here. White flag now out for Brad Corpella. Lujan's got to hope for something wild to happen in order to take the win. And double checkers are in the air. Your winner, the number 9 car, Brad Corpella. Followed by 53L, Bernie Lujan. Number 35, Lynette Phillips. And the number 13K, Terry King.
So some excellent racing from those four competitors. Coming onto the track now are our tuners.
These are our 4-cylinder drivers. On the track we have the number 4X, Dan Bodwin, 3C, Gerald Coles, the 10P, Ryan Potter, the 41, Austin Bodwin, number 19, Sam Simmet, number 3, Sandy Simmet, the number 0 car, Bad Bob Berg, the 78 car of Brian Clute, the number 7, Asher Fox, and the 02 car of Tiffany Berg.
And this is a big lineup, folks. 10 cars.
10 cars, 30 laps. Green next time by.
I anticipate we're going to see at least a little bit of contact as these cars enter turn number 1 when the green flag drops. They are very close together, and they are quite squirrely.
The speed's coming up. Green flag is in the air, and we are racing.
They sound like a swarm of angry wasps.
That's why some places call them hornets.
And surprisingly, all cars managed to stay off of each other.
I think that's an overstatement. We got bumper, door to door right here. 3 wide out turn 2.
Door to door between the 19 and the 10, fighting for third place.
3C also in that mix, trying to stay above it.
right now the battle for second is
41.
an intense one.
41 pushing 10P, trying to get to third place. Makes off with a warning. And everyone all over bumpers. Everyone wants that first position from Dan Bodwin.
The pack is starting to spread out a little bit now. Nevertheless, the battle for first place is heating up. It's between the 4C, the 19, and the 10. Excuse me, the 4.
Four and 19 now side by side for the first place. And looks like Sam Simmett's going to get past.
Oh my, it's close. It's tight for first place,
Oh,
Thunder.
they tag a little bit, but keep going. Sam Simmet now your leader.
A brilliant overtake from Sam Simmons,
Oh.
the 19.
Possible
Oh
problems with
my.
41 ended up off of O's bumper.
41 with a love touch for the wall down in turn number 4. The caution is out. Love touch is the technical term. So some exciting racing so far from the 4 cylinders. Only 6 laps in.
Now, 4 cylinders, I believe, an underrated class. 99% of the times they put on a great show.
The 3C pulling off the track. Maybe some issues with that car. Well, most definitely some issues with that car. That is what the infield is for. The drivers are told during the drivers' meeting, if you have a problem, pull off into the infield. Assuming, of course, you have control over your car.
It sounds like there's water on the track. Say it's just water out of a radiator, so we're going to try to push it back in and keep going.
Not entirely sure which turn has got the radiator fluid, but one of them is going to be a little bit slipperier than the others.
It looks like, look at turns 1 and 2, there's a darker spot. We're trying to push it in right now.
Oh, I see that. I see.
All right, we're going to get them gridded up in a California race start. One of the few good things to come from California. Few good things. Leader will start out front on their own. Second place gets to choose high or low. Third goes opposite. Fourth inside. Fifth outside. And on down. Your top cars, number 19, Sam Simmet, 4X, Dan Bodwin. Number 10P, Ryan Potter, the O car of Bad Bob Berg. Number 3 of Sam Simmet. The 7 car, Asher Fox, the 02, Tiffany Berg. The 78.
And the green flag is out. We are racing at River City Speedway.
It looks like that was a jump start. They're going to pull.
Oh, a sandwich between the O and the 4. Oh my.
They called that a false start if you saw Lazy Green go out. So everyone went on to everyone tapped the brakes. So I ended up with that accordion. All right, we're going to try this again. One to go. Sign on the track. No jump starts this time, hopefully. A couple people have new bumper packages now.
And others are going to need new ones.
And green flag is out. We are back underway. Sam Simmet, your leader. Flawless restart for him. Kept everyone behind. Ended up getting that jump. Kept the lead.
You better watch that battle for second because it's close between the 4K and the 10. Meanwhile, at the back of the pack, a bit of bumper-to-bumper action between the 7 and the 41, and it looks like the 02 has lost it in turn number 2. Just a simple spin out, but was able to recover. Once again, the caution goes out.
Looks like Bob Berg wasn't happy with the tire placement. Shoves one down to the infield. I'm not sure how far back that tire was, but now it's right at the beginning of turn one.
Not entirely sure how that tire ended up there.
I'm not sure what happened. Bob Berg ended up punting it halfway in. Don't know if he had problems or if he saw his wife around in the turn and went, oh no, but
nevertheless, the track crew is on top of it.
Trying to push the tire, ended up running it over. Guess that bumper isn't low enough. There we go.
Hey, they got it free.
Don't see that every day, huh?
Just get out and push it with your hands.
We'll get it next time. Oregon gridded back up. California restart. When you go to the sign on the track, your top five. The 19, Sam Simmet. The 4X, Dan Bodwin. The 10P, Ryan Potter. The O car, Bad Bob Berg. The 7, Asher Fox. And 19 goes right out of the box. Green flag in the air.
And it's tight. It's tight up front. Close battle between the 19 and the 10 for first place. Meanwhile, for second.
7 might have rolled the bead. He's up at the top. Not looking right.
7 goes way too wide. Not entirely sure what that was about.
7's got a right front flat. That's what that's about.
Right front is flat on the 7. Supposedly. Meanwhile, the battle for first place is continuing between the 19 and the 10. The battle for second between the 4, the O, and the 41. Meanwhile, bringing up the rear, the 02 was trailing the 78.
Yeah, not sure where to watch. This is a good race all around.
Indeed, there's action all over the track.
Battle for first and battle for third, fourth is really where it's at, in my opinion.
There's an intense race at the back of the pack between the 02 and the 78.
Yeah, both of them were involved in the previous caution. The 02 gets past. Again, years of experience for the 02. Couple nights experience for the 78. Oh, 10P and 19 door to door. And a couple new dents for him.
A piece of 19 is hanging off.
And there
it goes. It just flew off. That's going to send the caution out.
A big piece of debris. I think that was something off the 19. Him and 10P have been tangling up a little bit. Not sure if something fell off from that or if there was just something off anyway.
That damage appears to just be cosmetic. No harm, no foul. And looks like they got the tire changed on the 7. He's back in action. So an incredibly quick tire swap for the 7 car, able to get him back out on the track.
Yeah, but now if they did any tire pressure setup, it right front tire is completely off from that. Unless they had all 4 tires sitting there. So that could affect the handling a little bit depending on what he's set up for and what he's used to. Either way, lights are out. We're going to go green flag racing. Sorry, lights are not out. I just had the glare.
We're getting them restaged California style.
Some call it California, some call it Texas, Delaware double, whatever you want to call it. Front outside on their own. Second place chooses high or low. Potter chose high, which is interesting. Puts Bodwin low. Fourth place goes inside. Fifth place outside and on down. Your current leader, the 19, Sam Simmet. Oh, we got an accordion starting up. Green flag is out. Sam really knows how to keep him back. Well, 41 and 10 getting together a little bit. So everyone's trying to push for that spot. Ooh, boys, we're wildin'.
Almost 3 cars wide as they come out of turn 4. Nevertheless, the battle for first place once again falls down to 19 and 10. As the 04 is looking to overtake the 4K.
10 pressing the bumper. Using that chrome horn on 19. So. And push come to shove. 1910P just at it. Battle for first and battle for third. Glancing on contact.
Oh my, number 10 looking to make a move on the inside down the front straight.
19 blocks him.
Unable to get there. 19 just not letting 10 to get past. Oh my, and that's a proper sandwich. Completely smashing up the front of that O car.
Yellow flag is out. Cars off pace. I got him jumbled up a little bit.
That took place in turn number 4. That was between cars number 10, 41, and the O.
It looks like someone tire hopped, and that might have caused a checkup, something, but it was a sandwich.
Indeed, and you can see the massive dent on the front of that O car was in the back of that sandwich and just pummeled the rear bumper of the 41, which crushed the hood up like that. Nevertheless, it appears to just be cosmetic damage, so the race will continue regardless.
Speaking of 41, looks like he might have something hanging off the back of it. A nice little muffler hanging off the 41. You can see it on the back.
That thing probably hasn't got long to live. The muffler, of course. The car looks fine. Nevertheless, 12 laps to go in our 30-lap race. We're going to restage them once again.
All right, one to go to sound on the track. Your lineup. Number 19, Sam Simmet, the 10P, Ryan Potter, the 41, Austin Bodwin. Looks like something dropped on the bottom of turn number 4. That might have been that little, yep, that was that little dangly boy off of 41.
Yep, the muffler let go off the 41, which I believe was knocked loose when the sandwich occurred in turn 4 between the 1041 and the O.
Yeah, I don't think that was muffler. It looks like something else. It'd be way too hot for him to carry like that if it was a muffler. Might be some sort of overflow. And a green flag back in the air. 19-year leader. 41 and 10 right behind. Asher Fox now back on track, going to tag the back. And battle for second and third, really where it's at with the O car, 41 car, and the 10P.
The 41, the 10P, and the O have been doing battle with each other all night long for this entire race, and they are still doing battle with each other as the 19 leads.
I don't know if you remember earlier on, 41 was further up in the lineup, but had a problem. I know towards the back. Yellow flag is out. It's 78 and 7 stopped in turn 4. One to go this time on the track. Your current lineup, the 19 of Sam Simmet, the 41, Austin Bodwin, the O car, Bad Bob Berg, the 10P, Ryan Potter, the 4X, Dan Bodwin, the 3 car of Sandy Simmet, the 02, Tiffany Berg, the 78 of Brian Clute, and the 7 of Asher Fox. Lights are out. We can go green flag racing.
And the green flag is out. They are underway here at River City Speedway. As they come out of turn number 2, that O car showing no mercy, determined to get past the 19 on the outside.
We are bumper, bumper, door, door. No room between them. Probably negative room between them.
Nine laps to go in our 30-lap event, and the 19 is still your leader with the O, desperately looking to get past.
There's 2 more laps left to go. Ended up cutting 5 laps because of time. And that makes this a 25-lap race. And 19, your leader. This 041 and 10P all battling for second. Looks like there might be a flat on the O car left front.
The white flag is out, folks. 1 lap to go for these guys.
Side by side, the 10 and the O. It's amazing how much speed the O still has with that flat tire. Double checkers are in the air. Doesn't matter. Your winner, number 19, Sam Simmet. Followed by the 41, Austin Bodwin. 10P, Ryan Potter. 4X, Dan Bodwin. The O car, Bad Bob Berg. The 3, Sandy Simmet. The 7, Asher Fox. The 02 of Tiffany Berg. And the 78 ST of Brian Clute.
Once again, congratulations to Sammy Simmons in the 19 for winning the 4 Cylinders main event. Oh yeah, we got some 19 fans in the house.
Well, there's going to be some dents to be banged out tonight. In the meantime, until next week. Yeah, and our next race will be next week. I think 7 might have stalled.
Happens to the best of us. This gear's coming in handy.
Yep, telling them over the radio, back up so we can get our push truck through. You guys having fun so far? Okay, come on, guys. We're a couple mains in. We're in our main event. So you guys having fun with me? Okay, a couple people. Glad to know that there's some kids having fun.
They're having some fun with you. Once again, folks, thank you all so much for your patience and for sticking it out. And we want to thank you for joining us here tonight at River City Speedway. Hope you're enjoying the action. Now, Thunder, if you'll please step aside, this is how a pro does it. Folks, if you want to see more racing action here at River City Speedway, I need you to make some noise!
We gotta ask a monster truck guy to do it, huh? All right, we got a couple cars. Needed a driver change. Yep. Brian Potter making the jump from 4-cylinder to Sportsman. As well as looks like one car might need a bump start as well, so we'll be going in just a bit here. All right, we got our Sportsman on the track right now. Your lineup is as follows. Number 9 car, Brad Corpella. The 35, Eddie Florence. Number 7 of David Weaver. Number 10P, Ryan Potter. The number 09, Rick Byer, and the number 90 car, Stephen Capter. And tagging the back as well, the 53L, Bernie Lujan. I do have one more in staging.
I'd like to talk for a moment about the number 9 of Brad Corpella, who so far tonight has been undefeated. And of course, this is the main event, so statistically, he should win this. But there are 7 other cars who want to prevent that from happening.
And tagging the back of the field, making his return, the number 81 car, Joey Elwes. Was battling issues with the radiator earlier. Looks like pulling it down roadkill style is going to be the way to go. If anyone watches roadkill, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Either way, 1 to go, the sun on the track. We are racing next time by. Sorry, giving 81 one more lap to get it going.
He probably wasn't paying attention.
Yeah. Looks like he was talking with an official. Either way, now we are lights out. Green next time by. 30 laps the distance. All right, Joey Ellis able to join the rest of the field. Meanwhile, green flag is in the air, and we are underway.
30 laps, 8 cars, only 1 winner. Up front, it's a 3-way battle for first between the 9, the 35, and the 7. There's contact. The 7 actually riding up the 35. That was interesting.
Yeah, it looks like 35 might have had some sort of issue. He ended up off pace. 81 now starting park. But it looks like 35 might have had an issue, and that caused 7 to get up into him.
Nevertheless, it was a nice recovery, and the race will continue.
That does give Brad Corpella a lot more room as they were slowed.
So Brad Corpella absolutely dominating this field, and there's more contact coming out of turn number 4. This time it's the 35 shunting the 7. Oh my, and the 35 goes
gets
around.
sideways.
It's chaos. All
And
cars able to dodge successfully. The 90 had to ditch it, though.
That'll bring out our first sportsman main caution. 35 went around. 90 nowhere to go. Ended up just locking the brakes. A couple other cars, similar issue. But we got 3 laps down so far. $53L now has moved from back row all the way to 3rd place. And we got some exhaust pipe in turn number 4.
Not entirely sure which car that might have come off of.
Well, you'll hear one of them might be a little bit louder.
I'd be quite surprised if you could tell.
I don't know, when a muffler comes off you might be able to tell, but just part of the exhaust. Well, luckily it came off, as lucky as you can get. Luckily it came off during caution, so that won't be charged to anyone. All right, lineup is good. We go 1 to go at the flag stand. Drivers choosing their place in the California restart. 7 chooses low, looks like. 35 goes opposite high. 90 low. Oh, wait. 09, sorry, high. Either way, Brad Corpella, your leader, followed by David Weaver, Bernie Lujan, Stephen Capter, Rick Beyer. And green flag is out. We are back underway.
Number 9 of Brad Corpella jumping into the early lead as per usual.
Lujan try and get past Weaver. Captain gets a little loose, keeps it up. Corpella with the street stock, just walking away from the sportsman.
The battle for second place is heating up between the 7 and the 53.
Yet again, that 9 car, you could see just how important the setup is. Oh, 53 washes out a little bit. That'll give 7 some more room. Blue flag out for Potter. Says leaders are coming. Hold your line.
And Brad Corpella is going to lap the number 10. So is the 7 of Chris Fox. And the 53 as well.
Weaver in that 7 car trying to get past or get up to Corpella again.
Oh my, Chris Fox having some problems.
I'm not sure what that is, but David Weaver, something wrong with that. And he might pull it off track. Or might try to keep it up. Not sure. He's going to pull back onto the racing surface on the backstretch.
So the number 7, not entirely sure what's going to... No, that car's got problems, Thunder.
Oh, yeah, he's got to bring it into the infield. Second unfortunate end for David Weaver in that 7 car. And Lujan has since caught up to the number 9 car, shades of their past street stock main event.
Oh my, it's heating up for first place. A battle. The 53 is challenging the number 9.
The 53 now running the low side. They were on opposite lanes last time.
This is the first time anyone has challenged the streak of that number 9 car all night.
He's right along his bumper, getting up to the door. And it looks like we got a splitter up in turn number 3 and 4. Or maybe just a piece of ribbon. We keep going. Both drivers starting to run a little bit higher, looks like. Blue flag out for Potter. Leaders are coming. Both leaders get by. Though that gave Corpella a little edge. Will Lujan be able to get back up to him? And again, Lujan had to change the clutch and transmission between hot laps and the street stock main event. 09 pulling off the tracks, got problems. Yellow flag is out.
Caution, caution, caution goes out with 11 laps to go. Not entirely sure why.
Fluid on the track is what it looks like. Not sure what it is, so we're going to throw the caution. And we're going to get Weaver off the track while we have a sec. Lights are out. We're going to go racing this time by Brad Corpella, your leader, followed by Lujan and Kafter. Green flag in the air. We are racing.
Number 9 pounces into the lead as per usual. No surprises there if you've been tuned in with us all night long. Meanwhile, the battle for second place is between the 53 and the 90, and it is a hot one indeed, as the 90 making to look its move on the outside with the 53 having the inside lane.
The 53 lost a little bit of speed. 35 now trying to challenge for that third place position.
Indeed, the 35 throwing its hat into the ring.
This has let 9-car Brad Corpella get a little more distance between him and the rest of the field, as we have just 8 laps left to go.
And it looks like it's going to be another Brad Corpella walkover unless something incredible happens. That 35 still trying to get past the 53.
Oh, 90 gets sideways a little early. Keeps it going, though. That shows the experience of Stephen Capter. 53 just right down the nose of 35, leaving an inch to spare. 90 might have some problems now. He's hopping up a bit. Maybe it's just the track, or he might have rear suspension issues. I know he's had those before.
The 53, the 90, and the 35 are all bunched up now as the 9 continues to open up its lead.
53 back in his familiar spot right behind. Brad Corpella wants that lead so badly, but he only has 3 laps left to do it. So and he's got to hope for either the leader to get bundled up in traffic, and he does not, or some sort of caution. Either way, lap and a half left.
And Brad Corpella's lead is now commanding as the white flag goes out.
Last lap for Corpella. Rest of the track about a straightaway behind now. And double checkers are in the air. Your Sportsman main event winner, number 9, Brad Corpella. Followed by Bernie Lujan in the 53, 90 Stephen Capter, the 35 of Eddie Florence, and lap down will be a 10P Ryan Potter.
Excellent racing there, folks. Once again, we have just 2 main competitions left. We have our tuners and then the big boys, the modifieds, to round out the night. Once again, thank you so much for coming out to River City Speedway this Saturday night. We hope you guys are having a great time, enjoying all this racing action. Our track team is out there making sure that there is no debris on the course as we get ready to bring out our second to last main event lineup. Your tuners. Coming out onto the track first is the number 12, driven by Dan McDonald. Followed behind him is the 51C of Chico Brinster. Number 18 of Jacob Hilsinger. The 4X of Austin Bodwin. Looks like only 4 cars will be joining us for the Tuners main event. Of course, we saw a handful of them break during the heat races. Also joining the track is the 77 of Casey Lee. So once again, folks, your full lineup so far for the Tuners main event. The number 12 of Dan McDonald, the 51C of Chico Brinster, the 18 of Jacob Hilsinger, the 4X of Austin Bodwin, and of course, the 77 of Casey Lee.
Also, driver changed the number O car pulling up now. Ryan Potter had to switch from his Sportsman to his tuner.
We are getting our field staged, folks. And the green flag will fly next time around.
Now we got 25 laps set for the distance.
"25 laps, 6 cars. We are ready to go green."
And green flag is in the air. We are racing.
The 51C immediately jumps into the lead. Door to door between the 51C and the 12 as they enter turn number 3. Oh my, that O car getting some sideways action coming out of turn 4.
O car Ryan Potter just came from a Sportsman back down to a tuner now. And hanging out real wide.
Yeah, that O car is fishtailing all over the place.
Meanwhile, the 51C and the 12 car, both Gabori-built cars, or Gabori-assisted cars, battling for first place.
Indeed, it's a very tight battle for first place between those two.
.51C still holding on to that second spot, hoping to get first from Dan McDonald.
Meanwhile, at the back of the pack in third place is the O car, fourth is the 18, fifth that 4, and then bringing up the rear is the 77.
That 77 is last year's and year prior Tracer champion. We're moving straight up with the tuners. And car all over the place, having a hard time readjusting.
Power, grip, and weight numbers are completely different, of course, and it looks like they are side by side between the O and the 18 coming down the front straight. O and 18 are still side by side, but it looks like the 18 is now going to get past.
Possible problems for the O car.
Oh
Dropping
my.
fluid everywhere.
And it looks like the 4 smacked the wall coming out of turn number 2.
Yeah, I might have tapped the wall a little bit. O car blew up, lost control a little bit.
Track crew down there assessing the situation.
Fellow, quick reminder, no smoking or vaping up in the grandstands. If you need to smoke or vape, please do so behind the grandstands.
Yes, your vapes and your cigarettes produce smoke that get in the faces of the other spectators, so please don't do it in the grandstands. Thank you.
Looks like we're going red, so we can make sure to get this all handled since we have oil, all over the track.
Yeah, you can see certainly a considerable amount of fluid down there in turn number 2 that they are covering up right now.
Yeah, there's enough across the whole track that we want to keep our safety crews safe. So we are bringing them to a halt. By the way, as a quick reminder, please stay back from the fence. I know you want to be as close to the action as you can, but for safety purposes, we ask that you please stay back from the fence.
Of course, the fence is there for safety reasons, but that doesn't mean that it's foolproof. So we ask that you guys remain well clear.
I've seen just enough videos of why you got to watch the track and can't be close to the fence. That is one thing that I've said before, I'll say it 100 times. Make sure to stay back from the fence.
That O car is getting pushed off of the track. Let's hear it.
Red Potter putting on a good show. Unfortunate end.
Hey, it was a spectacular ending. If you're gonna lose, lose in style. That's what I always say.
One to go sign on the track. Your current lineup, the number 12, Dan McDonald, the 51C, Chico Brinster, the 18, Jacob Hilsinger, the 4X, Austin Bodwin, the 77, Casey Lee.
And then there were 5. 13 laps to go.
And green flag is in the air. We are back underway.
Ooh, some door-to-door action between the 18 and the 4 coming out of turn 1.
Speedway tangled together. They keep it going.
Once again, the first place battle has come down to 12 and 51C. 51C looking to make a move on the inside. Unable to get there, though. Some bumper-to-bumper action between the 77 and the 4.
77 get a little bit loose out of the turns. It keeps it going. And driver 77, I believe, is 16 years old. We said 12 might have a flat right rear.
And the 51C will get the overtake. And looks like the 18 is going to overtake 12 too. Not entirely sure what's going on there with the 12 car. He's pulling off the track. He's going into the pits. The 12 car is done, folks. Oh my.
All right, at least up to the hot pit. We'll see where it goes. Yeah, he goes to the hot pit. They're going to try and get whatever it is checked and fixed. Meanwhile, 51C has taken over. 77 gets to the inside, little on the door of the 4X.
Oh, the 51C has problems. So does the 77.
Yeah, it looks like 77 might have broken a tie rod.
And the right front tire is also flat. Oh my, there is some damage to that car.
Oh, not sure what happened. 51C was at the...
Also taking it to the pits, 51C.
Oh, that car does not look like it's rolling happy.
Oh my, so a stunning turn of developments. Again. Nevertheless, this does give time for the crew of that 12 car to fix whatever the problem might be and get back out here. So indeed, that number 12 car is going to rejoin us on the track.
However, the 12 car is effectively a lap down. And we'll have to start at the back, whether that's third, fourth, or first, I don't know. But it looks like the night for the 77 is unfortunately over.
Last time we were out here at River City Speedway 2 weeks ago, the 77's night ended early, and it looks like it's going to happen again here this weekend.
It looks like since his move up to the tuners, he can't catch a break.
So a lot of work to be done on that 77 car before the race is here on next Saturday.
And I heard something. I'm just waiting to see it. Watch the entrance. This looks like 51C able to rejoin the field. So this race just got a little more interesting. But I believe he is not a lap down because he pulled off under caution. Here, give a quick hand for the 77, Casey Lee. Great show.
Round of applause, round of applause. Once again, motorsport is highly unpredictable. You never know what's going to happen, and sometimes that's a blessing, other times it's a curse. And for the 77, it was definitely a curse.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, we are down to 4 cars, with the 12 car being a lap down from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, motorsport's always unscripted, unexpected, unpredictable. Unforgettable, that's the other one. Anyway, Hilsinger, your leader, green flag in the air. We are racing. Let's see if the 51C can take his lead back.
51C wasting no time at all to go after it, that's for sure.
White flag is in the air. We are 1 lap from the finish.
All 18 has to do is hold off the 51C for a lap.
Oh, 51C with some
once again,
power
51C
loss
with problems, so it's just not going to happen for them. The 18 will take home the checker.
18, Jacob Hilsinger is your winner, followed by the 4X, Austin Bowden, the 12 of Dan McDonald, the 51C, Chico Brinster. Well, unfortunately, we'll not go back to the future, but we'll have to go back to the pits.
So a very interesting sequence of events unfolding here in this race, and that 18 car, perhaps considered as an underdog, was able to capitalize and take the win. Beautiful job and fantastic racing from all these competitors. And of course, well done to the crews of these cars for getting these vehicles fixed and repaired in time to come back out onto this track. Folks, the final main event of tonight here at River City Speedway. The big boys, the loud boys, the modifieds.
We're going to run down some of the dust real quick from the high side. Make sure we got 2 lanes. We're going to run. It's like a couple hot laps. Going to keep it on the high side. See if we can get a groove up there. Because who doesn't want it? Who doesn't love some 2-lane racing with modifieds, huh?
Once again, folks, this is my favorite class to watch. Looks like there might have been some contact there between the 81 and the 7 as they came out of turn 4.
Yeah.
They weren't actually racing, though.
Nothing on purpose.
Once again, these guys effectively running hot laps. They are not actually racing yet. And they're doing this to get that groove settled in the top lane.
All right, looks like we're satisfied with that.
We're going to stage them, and then we're going to go racing.
All right, that's the sign to cross up. Our lineup is as follows. The number 90 car, Stephen Capter. The 7 car of Sean Fox. The black 7 car of Austin Fox. The 81 of Ray Ellis. The number 21, Jake Carpenter. All right, as you come out turn number 4, I want you guys to make as much noise as you possibly can. Clap, stomp, scream. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we are racing!
And that number 7 car jumping into the lead early and is holding on to it. Battle for second between the 90 and the 7. Black Betty, as they call that one. So a collision, a minor collision at least, taking place in turn number 2 there between the 81 and the Black Betty. Looks like the number 7 Black Betty might be having some difficulties getting going.
I'm going to get a push truck over to him.
And of course that is one of the effects of Blue Groove, which is that grayish clay that you're seeing forming in the turns. It is quite slippery, does make the racing more unpredictable. Anyway, it looks like Black Betty was able to get restarted.
That blue groove that you see right there is rubber being laid down on the track from the tires. And once any dust settles on top of that, it can be slick as all else.
And when the track gets slick, well, stuff like what we just saw happens.
With how much power is under the wheels, under the hood, well, figurative hood of these cars, you're bound to get spins, you're bound to get cars sideways and a little out of control, but most of these drivers really can rein in their stuff. Ray Ellis, one of them. It looks like the track got the best of him just that time. We'll see how well he can recover. Trying to get the order all squared away. All right, getting it back up into our California restart. We are one to go at the flag stand. We are racing next time by. And 81 pulling off the track. He's up to the hot pit, but we are going to keep it yellow for him to check on the work. Whoa.
Oh, there's already some contact coming down the front straight between Black Betty 7 and the White 7, crushing in the right rear fender on that 7 car. Nevertheless, that is just cosmetic damage. Shouldn't affect the performance of the car. Nevertheless, caution was thrown just to be safe.
So when the car that caused the caution went off into the work area, which will usually give them 2 laps to get things done, went off right at the end, stalling the clock a little bit. Either way, we've had our 2 laps. Lights are out, and this time we are racing. Let's see.
And we are racing at River City Speedway with your modifieds.
Sean Fox holding on to the lead.
That number 7 car with a huge lead. It's now a battle for second between the 90, Black Betty, and that 21 car. 21 making a move on Black Betty, unable to get it done though.
21 still fairly new to the scene. Hasn't been racing for very long. Could not tell with how well he's keeping up though.
Oh, and the 21 spins out in turn number 2.
Just as I was saying how well he was doing.
And the caution will fly.
At the flag stand, we are green flag racing.
Back underway here at River City Speedway for the modifieds. Oh my, Black Betty making a move on the number 7. And there's contact. Nevertheless, both cars recover.
Just a little love tap from son to father.
Love tap never hurt nobody. However, the Black Betty clearly determined to get past number 7. which is interesting to watch because I believe those two were teammates.
They're a father-son duo, actually.
A father-son duo. Oh my,
Father in
Black
the
Betty
white.
with some fishtail action.
Father in the white, son in the black.
Meanwhile, at the rear, it's a tense battle between the 90 and 21. We are 10 laps into the race.
And Sean Fox putting everyone in his theoretical rearview mirror.
So quite a bit of space between the field here. First place, that 7 car. Black Betty in second. Way, way at the back is a battle for third between 90 and 21. And despite the fact that it's a battle for third, these two are still duking it out as if it were a battle for first. Because nobody wants to be last in a race. Nobody. Nevertheless, Black Betty trying to close the gap on the 7. You can hear those tires squealing as they go round the corner. Once again, that Black Betty number 7 car doing everything they can to catch up to the number 7 white car, that father-son duo. These are teammates, and off the track they are family, but on the track I think they want to beat each other more than they want to beat anybody else.
Now they're very competitive. Racing family, I believe second and third generation racers, if I'm correct.
Meanwhile, at the back of the pack, the battle for third place is still ongoing between 90 and 21, with that 7 car beginning to catch up.
There's 2 more laps left to go.
White flag is out. 21 trying to make a move on the 90. They are side by side as they come down the front straight.
White flag now in the air one more time around the track for Sean Fox as they approach lap traffic now.
Nevertheless, the 21 will get past the 90. Oh, but he's going to spin out in turn number 3. The checkered is still going to fly, and number 7 will take it, with Black Betty coming in second.
Yeah, flag after white ends the race. In this case, it is checkered. Those leaders were already there. That brings us to the end of our mains. We have our trophy presentation from both trophy dashes and main events now.
Folks, it's celebration time down here on the front straight here at River City Speedway. We've brought out all of the winners of your main competitions to present them with their prizes.
All right, we're going to start off with our modified main event winner. Once he gets back over here, and the number 7 modified, Sean Fox. Here's your trophy, sir. That is very neat. Very new this year. Love him. All right. Fantastic race. Had them all off of you aside from a quarter panel bump. I don't know, same guy who's tailing you right now. But great race all around. How was it out there?
Yeah, a little rough, but it's the same for everybody, so I'm just happy they got the show in tonight. They did a good job putting something together for us. Got to thank Northwest Competition Motorsports. Travis, Chris, all these guys back here, I got the best crew around. Without them, we don't do this. That's just a fact. The wife for putting up with all this all the time. East Fork Racing, Darren, Sean, and company for busting their butts so we can come out here and have fun.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the number 7, Sean Fox.
Folks, I'm down here on the front stretch with the Pure Stock winner, Lynette Phillips. Where are you? I'm not good with faces. Hold on. Hey, there you are. I'm sorry. I'm looking all... Hold on. You're right next to me. Hi, how you doing? How was it out there? Excellent, excellent. What did you have to do to fight off the competitors in your class who clearly were fighting and straining to get past you that whole time?
We're all a bunch of friends. We have a great time together. But they're equally talented drivers with good cars, so any one of them could have been in my spot right now.
Excellent, excellent. Well, some great sportsmanship here from your Pure Stock winner, Lynette Phillips.
Next up, sweeping the night for the most part. Ladies and gentlemen, your sportsman and street stock feature the winner. Number 9, Brad Corpella. All right. You were practically untouchable. The means Bernie was behind you, but they basically had nothing for you. Walk us through what you did for the win.
Well, usually I go home and tinker a lot with a car, and it's always a bit of a surprise. 2 weeks ago when we were here, I was pretty happy with the way it worked. So I didn't monkey with it much. And it worked.
I have a question for you as well. Are you getting sick and tired of always winning all the time?
Not yet.
Because you are absolutely dominant on this track and in this car.
It's a lot of fun. I'm really enjoying all this. A lot of fun. A lot of good sports, good comrades, and I love the competition.
Excellent. That's great to hear. Well, let's hear it for Brad Corpella.
Next up, your tuner main event winner, number 18, Jacob Hilsinger. Quite a wild ride, full of surprises on that main event. You held it out. What kept this car going?
Honestly, I don't know. I've got an issue with the rear toe link. The engine's not really tuned all that great yet. I don't know. It just happened to work out in my favor tonight, I guess. Thank you to my wife, family, kids, Alliance Automotive, DNS Light Truck. They've been helping me out getting this thing together again. Had to thrash to put a subframe in it last night. So anyway, we're here and we did it.
Very nice. Well, congratulations, number 18, Jacob Helsinger.
I'm down here with Brad Hamer, driver of the 44 and the Trophy Dash winner for the night. First of all, love the lights. That's probably the best feature. Now tell me, what did you have to do out there to stay consistent and ensure that you came out on top here tonight?
Just drive smooth. I didn't drive smooth though, so I didn't. I came in on top of the trophy dash, but not the main event. I hit a tire in 3 and 4, and I think I broke the steering box, so I pulled off.
Well, hey, sometimes luck is on your side in motorsport, and it definitely was on your side here tonight. So congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I love the underglow, by the way.
I know the lights are great. All the cars, I think all the cars should have these lights. Can we get all the cars to have these lights? They're awesome.
All right, next up, we're moving on to our 4-cylinder Trophy Dash winner of the Oak Car, Bad Bob Berg.
Himself. Nah, you got this one. You got this one. Go on. Go on.
All right. Had some great racing the entire night. Everyone's back and forth. And it got a little rough, as you could see by the bumper. How'd you hold tight through the dash at least?
Yeah, it was a rough one out there. The track was pretty rough, and then it's hard to bounce. It was bouncing all over the place, so hard to keep the line.
All right. Do you have any sponsors you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Green Lion, Paulson's Printing, Potter Racing, and Johnny's Tavern, and Pastime Tavern.
Bob, I also have a question for you. How did it feel to be at the back end of that sandwich coming out of turn number 4 there?
I felt like I was going to get smashed.
It didn't look very comfortable from up in the booth, but it looked cool. Nevertheless, just some cosmetic damage here on the Oak Car. It still looks good. Let's hear it for Bob, folks.
All right, next up, your Tuner Trophy Dash winner, driving the alternate Oak Car, Ryan Potter. All right, Ryan, you've been wheeling this thing around like crazy, showing Bob how it's done. I mean, showing everyone how it's done. What was your secret to taking home that Trophy Dash win?
Well, if I'm being honest, I've been making fun of Bob driving this thing the past couple weeks. I've been telling him he's lifting too early, he's slow, and at the end of the night, he wound up telling me, I signed you up as team driver, you're driving next week. And I just had to prove him wrong. I had to prove he was doing slow.
Well, you definitely proved something here tonight. How does it feel to come out on top? And how were you able to stay calm, cool, and collected here and maintain consistency throughout the whole night in order to take home the win?
Well, it was really rough with the track being so bumpy, but
no, you got it. Listen, hey, I get it. There's a lot of pressure. You just schooled Bob, proving that you were right. You probably just want to let it rest at that, and I get it. I get it.
You have any sponsors you want to thank?
Get over here, Bob.
Bob, get over here.
For starters, I want to thank Bob and Cozy Lawn Maintenance for letting me drive his car. Tell the rest of your sponsors, Bob.
Green Lion, Paulson's Printing, Johnny's Tavern, and Pastime Tavern. And mostly the fans.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, driving the O-Tuner, Ryan Potter.
Folks, I'm down here at the exit to turn number 4 with Sam Simmons, the winner of, oh no, I already forgot the class. 4 cylinders. Thank you, Thunder. Thank you. Don't worry. I got this. I got this. Yes, 4 cylinders. Hey, you were absolutely dominant out there in the main field. You were able to hold off all these guys as they were just fighting to get past you. Did you know that they were that close to you the whole time? And if you did, how were you able to stay calm, cool, and collected to get around this track for, what was it, 25 laps in order to get across that line first?
Well, don't forget I did start in the back too, so I knew they were there because I had just passed them. But that's how I knew they were there, and I just held my line. And if they were going to get by me, they had to do it on the outside.
Absolutely. Hey, put your foot to the floor. That's always a good strategy.
You have sponsors you want to thank?
I want to thank Economy Auto Parts. I want a special thanks to my dad. He's a retired, so he gets to spend a lot of time working on the cars. Local 29 Iron Workers, and then Jason Scheibel for putting up with all of my body work.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your four-cylinder main event winner, number 19, Sam Simmet.
And finally, folks, as we wrap up the last of the interviews here, I want to take this time once more to thank all of you for coming out to River City Speedway this Saturday night. I want to know, did you guys have a good time tonight? Fantastic. Well, we hope to see all of you back here next Saturday. We're going to be having more racing action here at River City Speedway.
All right, so on behalf of the Columbia County Racing Association and River City Speedway, thank you. We love you. Drive safe, and we'll see you next week.